Thank you so much. Oh, wait a minute. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:31 p.m. The time is 5:31 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will move to Ms. Garibay, who will recite the pledges and lead them, and then we'll move straight to Dr. Ryan for a special recognition.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you, President Jackson. We want to recognize an incredibly distinguished graduate of Fort Worth ISD right now, General Michael E. Langley. He's a Western Hills High School alumnus. General Langley is the first black four-star general in the U.S. Marine Corps' 246-year history. He was confirmed by the Senate on August the 2nd. He officially assumes command of all U.S. military forces in Africa. General Langley attended Fort Worth ISD's Leonard Middle School and graduated from Western Hills High School in 1980. He graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington in 1985. His formal military education includes a master's in National Security Strategic Studies from the U.S. Naval War College and Strategic Studies from the U.S. Army War College. He has commanded at all levels during his 36-year career and served overseas in Afghanistan during the war, Somalia, and Okinawa. He has held senior jobs at the Pentagon and the Military Central Command. He assumed command of the U.S. Marine Corps forces in Europe and Africa last year. He was nominated by President Biden for promotion in June, and we are really proud to have one of our own accomplish such prestigious military rank. A great example for every student in Fort Worth ISD, and is true to the meaning of preparing all students for success in college, career, and military and community leadership. So once again, congratulations to General Langley. And I want to recognize one person in the audience tonight, his sister, Tammy Sanford. Tammy, would you please stand? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan, and thank you for opening us up on such a positive note. Let's have one more round of applause. This evening, we will be pulling action item LL. Consider and take action to name the finalists being considered for the position of Superintendent of Schools of the Fort Worth Independent School District. We are continuing to make progress daily on the superintendent search, and will be naming a lone finalist for the position of superintendent very soon. We will be taking action at an upcoming meeting of this board. And with that, I will hand it over to the ESSER 3 and Safe Return to In-Person Instruction Review. Dr. Scribner?
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Tonight, we would like to present our Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief ESSER 3 presentation, also the Safe Return to In-Person Instruction Continuity of Services Review. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Karen Molinar, and our Chief Financial Officer, Carmen Arieta Candelaria.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner and Board Trustees. We're excited to be here this evening to give you an update on our ESSER funding and where we're at after our first year, and then where we're going with our funding as well. So I am going to turn it over to our CFO to start our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Molinar. Good evening. Tonight's presentation is our next presentation from If you will recall, we had our other presentation at the February 22nd, 2022 board meeting. So this is a continuation, and we're pleased to be here this evening to give you another update. So just to remind you, the CARES Act was enacted on March 27, 2020, and included emergency and secondary school emergency relief, otherwise known as ESSER 3 funds for K through 12. Fort Worth ISD received an allocation of $261,640,223. Part of the safe return to in-person instruction and continuity services plan, a 6-month plan review, and stakeholder input is required, and this is that requirement. How can ESSER Fund 3 be used? Well, these funds are designated for one-time or short-term spending to address the learning recovery and the ongoing impact of the pandemic. It is recommended that these funds be used for one-time or short-term types of expenses. Longer-term uses of the ESSER 3 funds are also allowable, but districts must consider how we're going to support those long-term costs after the funding ends. We've been receiving quite a bit of information from the Texas Education Agency, TEA, on how we can plan to utilize these one-time funds, and then again, make sure that we ensure that the board is fully apprised of our activity. Here is a depiction of how the ESSER funds over the period of time will create a fiscal cliff for school districts in after 22-23, and you can see how that progression is moving forward in the latter years. The funds are scheduled to end on September 30th, 2024, but there's continued advocacy to see if the funds can be extended beyond that date. Here, TEA advises that school systems can take action to smooth the financial impact on ESSER funds. One of the ideas that's depicted on this slide is that we place dollars in reserve over the 21-22 and 22-23 school year, and then utilize that reserve over the course of 2023-24 through 25-26 in order to lessen that burden because of the fiscal cliff that these funds may have created. And the district is also doing some of that, but again, ensuring and evaluating which programs are going to be sustained into the ensuing years in the general fund or other funds. So this evening we're going to be providing you with updates, which includes a budget update, give you some information on some budget adjustments that we've made, a 3-year spending projection, and then some of the things that we've been working on: the literacy adoptions, math and science adoptions, STEM trailers, school supplies, operation of facilities, talent management, and then some activity and parent partnerships. So I'm going to start with this slide. You all may be familiar. This is the similar slide as we've been presenting in the last 2 presentations, and this is an update. There's 5 major categories on the left side of the slide. These are the major categories that we've been working under, and in the middle is the subcategories that we've structured our work around. You'll notice that there's some budget allocations that we allocated back in June 2021, and then where we're at June 2022. Our total there is $240,581,271, and then we're allowed to take indirect cost of about $21 million. Those are funds that benefit the general fund for a total of $261,640. So on the right-hand side, in the expenditures and encumbrances that we have as of June 30th, and you can see that to date we've either spent or encumbered $77.6 million, indirect cost of $4.6, $82.2 million. We've spent 31.42%. Some of the budget adjustments that we've made, and I know that Ms. Molinar will also go over, but we did a budget review which included the actual expenditures based on the initial allocations, and reviewed the continuity of services, and we've made some adjustments primarily due to the lack of staff availability. In some cases we could not hire. There was not enough staff to be hired. Some resources were not available. We had some supply chain issues. So we've been able to pivot through our active management of the funds in order to be able to make that spend deadline. We also have some literacy, math, and science curriculum adoptions that are going to be allotted. We eliminated the temporary virtual learning option primarily due to low enrollment, and so we are moving away from that program. We also had increased support for remote conferencing, and then we had our Saturday Learning Quest that was very well attended. We also, Dr. Pena, in previous conversations, alluded to the recruitment and hiring of personnel challenges and some of the bonuses that we've allocated out of ESSER 3 monies as a result of that. We also initiated the wraparound services and high-dosage tutoring. Dr. Sorensen had spoken about this previously as she went through the vendor selection process. And then we also leveraged some of our ESSER money to acquire some safety and security equipment. Here's the monitoring with regards to our expected versus actual spend. We have had some startup issues and staff availability, so we're a little bit behind where we would have been expected to. We had originally targeted that we were going to be about 50%, but as I indicated, we're about 32%. But we're confident that we'll be able to spend all of the money by September 30th of 2024. And how are we going to do that? This is our 3-year projection, how we intend to spend. And as of June 30th, as I indicated, we've either spent or encumbered 32%. And we are targeting this year to be a heavy year for spending, or 44%, as we have made some changes and incorporated some bonuses to be able to spend down some of that money. And then in 23-24, we project that we will spend 24%. Again, 21 million of that goes into our general fund as the funds are expended. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Molinar.
Thank you. We do want to just briefly just share and review some of the items that you've seen on board agenda that you've taken action on for approval, how we have spent our ESSER funding. You'll see here is our literacy adoption. As you know, we have adopted Amplify as a new literacy adoption, and this is our second year with Amplify, and we have all of our schools now utilizing that literacy adoption that is also approved by TEA. Also, you have an action item for our NIHouse on the board agenda this evening, and then you have previously done Lexia. So you'll see the current adoption spent is over $8.5 million. In the math and science content area, you'll see that we also decided to purchase new math curriculum, and we did training this summer with our teachers, and that was Carnegie, College Board, and Great Minds, as well as some science materials as well to help our teachers, and this includes the training as well as the resources. One of the things we're really excited about, this gets our students engaged, not only in math, but also science, was our STEM trailers. And 2021-22 school year, we did visit 76 campuses with our STEM trailers. You'll see we're targeting our grades 1 through 5 this year for the 22-23 school year. And just really excited, and hopefully you watched some of our videos Dr. Sines and his group have done with the drones and just getting our kids engaged in science and math. School supplies. Last year was our first year that we came to the board and we requested that you approved that we purchase school supplies for our elementary students, as well as giving funds to our secondary campuses for them to buy school supplies for our students. This year, that amount increased, of course, with the cost of materials, and they were pre-packaged. I know some of the trustees, as you visited campuses the first day and the first week, you saw school supplies being handed out. So students in Fort Worth ISD had free school supplies in our elementary. And then we did supply, once again, to our secondary campuses, funds to the campus budget for our principals to provide school supplies. And then just a reminder that we did do a survey to our teachers, and we asked them, we want to help out just for their needs. They buy materials every year for their classrooms, and we asked them, would you rather do a shopping trip through our vendors or go and get your items yourself with a stipend in your paycheck? So in September, you'll see a $250 stipend to all of our elementary and secondary teachers. Operations and facilities. Our rooftop, we have 20 elementary schools that were in desperate need of new rooftop units that were replaced for air quality with ESSER funding. Then, of course, our retention, we really wanted to do something about appreciation incentive for all of our current employees. So you'll see, our employees will see a half of the amounts there laid out for payout in December, and then the other half in June, and you'll see the amounts there listed in the presentation. This one is another one we get very excited about. This is what we talk about, return of investment. Our family engagement specialist, we hired with our ESSER funding 107 positions, and they really targeted attendance for our students and bringing our students back. And you can see our ADA revenue generated last year was over $18 million. So we're really excited to see their work as well continue this year. And then we have also shared with you how many calls they have logged, how many parents they have touched, and just also our all-pro dads. We increased how many memberships we had on our campuses. So you'll see that we now have 35 campuses that have over 7,000 dads participating. And we say dads, we mean uncles, grandfathers, older brothers, or just a family friend. Part of the requirement for our ESSER is that we do a back to school, a safe return to in-person instruction. And that is a requirement. So you will find that, of course, on our webpage, on our ESSER webpage. We review that plan and we post it every 6 months. But what's more important to us, of course, is our community input and the feedback that we need. You'll see a QR code there as well as a survey that will open up after this week. And we will ask for feedback from our plan and, of course, any other feedback around our ESSER proposals. And this year we are wanting to touch our parents a little differently with sending home postcards. So we will be printing postcards with the QR code as well as the links and providing those to our family engagement specialists and ask those to hand those out at campuses. So we want to make sure our parents have something tangible, or our grandparents or our aunts that may not go to our webpage to take the survey. At this time, we're open for any questions around our ESSER funding.
Any questions at all?
I have one.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I love seeing all this money going into kids and doing what's good for kids and curriculum and supplies for teachers and money for teachers to buy supplies for their classroom. I've heard on several occasions during public comment, teachers who have come and said, we need books, I need novel sets, I need books in my classroom just for kids to read. Is there a way, and it's not as simple as I just spelled it out right there, to get books into secondary classrooms, but is there a way that some of the ESSER funds could be used to help provide novel sets, novel units, reading materials in secondary classrooms so that kids can have books in their hands?
Yeah, we definitely, I know Dr. Sorensen, we've had that conversation and we are working on that. It's really about looking at inventory and need as well, because we have furnished some of those novel sets, and I know, hearing your comment, that her and her team will continue to work on that. We also want to encourage, and this is something we need to do better with communication, is the ability for not only our students but our parents to check out our ebooks, which I know are not the novel sets, but all of our kids have those one-to-one devices, and we're seeing more, not only students but adults, move to reading books online on their computers. So we need to also make sure we're communicating the access that we have to our ebooks.
I'm going to ask that the trustees just go in order. I have a blank screen.
Oh, it doesn't have it on here either.
Oh, okay.
So Trustee Bridges is next, then followed by Dr. Rodriguez.
First, thank you guys for the presentation. Just a couple of real quick questions. Are the family engagement specialists, are they on every campus?
Okay, now it's working. They are not on every campus. We concentrate on our elementary as well as our middle school, and some of our high schools do have them on campus. We are looking to expand. We do have some vacancies we need to fill as well.
Okay, and what's the process you use to determine which campus gets a family engagement specialist?
So we do, of course, utilize first our tier process where we look at the accountability of our campuses and, of course, the needs, and then the resources. But we also look to see how the principal will engage with the family engagement specialist, because what we see is a principal who utilizes and really is behind our family engagement specialists are our most successful ones. So when a principal comes and they question Dr. Washington, they're like, hey, I need one, then we have the funds and we have the ability. The best recruiter for a family engagement specialist is the campus. The principals know the community, the teachers know the community, and the parents, and we find that's our strongest relationships.
And what's the process that you guys use to determine this campus gets $150,000 in ESSER funds opposed to another campus?
So it's not campus-based per se, it's more
Okay.
about resources. So of course, when we adopt curriculum, it's for all of our campuses when we concentrate on that grade level or that content. When we do school supplies, we pull the enrollment and we purchase by campus. When we allocated funds for our secondary, we have a formula we use for the enrollment of the campus of how many students, and then they receive that funding for the secondary. We do encourage our teachers to communicate with our principals. If they need school supplies for their students, the principals have been given the funds for those.
Okay, is there any kind of priority given to some of our more struggling campuses?
So I think the priority comes in different ways. Trustee Wallace, I think it's when we look at support through our personnel and training. When we did Amplify, our first adoption for our literacy, we did target our campuses according to looking at our reading scores and who got coaches. If a campus has a new adoption, then in literacy or in math, they get an instructional coach. So we do differentiate with our support systems.
Yeah, and last question, with the wraparound services, is there a priority based upon some challenges that may be going on at that campus?
Yes, sir. We do have a couple of different criteria we use. We look at their absentee, chronic absentee. We look at their at-risk students, how many incidents we may have seen. Our counselors, they have great logs that we look at. So we look at all of those things when we do our wraparound services. And then actually the campus has been involved in choosing the wraparound service that best fits their campus needs. We did go through our RFP process. We had a menu of options, and then the campus was allowed to select what worked best. We did run into staffing issues from some of our vendors to be able to start on time. But we're off to a better start this school year for that.
Would it be fair to say that most campuses know that there's a timetable?
Oh, yes, definitely. We're very transparent about implementation, timetable. But of course, we always encourage them if they have a question of a delay of service or if they need additional services, they have a line of communication to school leadership, student support service, and then of course myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bridges. Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see that the money has been well spent and that we still have a substantial amount to spend this year and next year. So thank y'all for that. And I was just wondering, I hear that the teachers' aides also spend money out of their own pockets. Is there a way that we can give them a stipend also?
So we can always look into a stipend. What I would like to encourage our aides, but this is something I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to discuss with principals. Because of ESSER, we have been able to take a lot of needs from the campus and purchase for the campus through ESSER, including the high-impact tutoring that's on our board agenda this evening, which usually our campuses spend through Title I. Our campuses currently have plenty of funds to be able to assist our teachers' aides, our speech therapists that are on campus, or special ed teachers. So we will discuss that and make sure that all of our personnel on the campus, if they have a need that helps them instruct our students, then we want to be able to furnish that. And if we need to add to a campus for that need, then we obviously have the funds to assist.
Trustee Evans.
Thank you all for this report. Really quickly, our summer programs, are they paid for by ESSER dollars or other dollars?
Typically, they are paid for out of SC, state compensatory education dollars, but I think we did allocate some ESSER dollars to the summer programs this year.
Are they, but for the coming years, the next 5, 10 years, or, are we counting on ESSER dollars for the majority of that? I'm just,
After they run out, that's something that we'll have to plan back in. We'll
Okay.
have to incorporate that. That is something that is a required spend, so we'll have to incorporate that back. And that's part of our sustainability efforts that we're doing right now. We're going through a process where we're looking at evaluating the programs and developing a framework as to which are the initiatives that we feel need to be sustained
Okay.
going forward.
well, you kind of lead right into my question, so
Yes.
thank you so much. And I didn't know if the entire summer offerings were under that or not. We've been talking a lot about that, evaluating programs. We've been talking about return on investment, academic return on investment. Slide number 17 about parent partnerships shows clearly a return on investment just in dollars. And I'm so thankful for the work our parent engagement department does. But how can we evaluate these other things, particularly Saturday Learning Quest, that sort of thing, these things that we see that are working so we can sustain them afterwards?
Well, thank you so much for teeing that question up. So in October, we're going to be coming back to the board with the consultant that we hired, DM Group, and they will be coming and presenting to the board how we're going to develop, what progress we've made, and the framework that we're going to be creating to evaluate initiatives with ESSER funding. And that foundation will then be utilized for the general fund and for any other fund and any other initiatives that we have, so that we can have an evaluation framework that we can then utilize and really benefit from the ESSER funds in that way. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. Is there any way we can get a revise on page 10, my numbers are not adding up with your numbers. Across or and down are not the same.
I can certainly take a look at that to see or why they're not adding up mathematically, or is a rounding error?
No, they're off 42, 48, and 29. You get 108, I get 120.
Okay. I'll definitely take a look at that and make sure that, the numbers foot across.
Great.
Okay. Sorry
Thanks.
about that.
I have just a couple of questions. One is a STEM trailer I know was at Main Street Arts Festival and Mayfest. Can we add those numbers in? Did we track it? Or did I miss it and you said it?
No, we did not track it, and we will definitely add it in. I do know that was a very popular little setup at the Main Street Arts Festival. And one of the things that was brought to our attention, and I think it may have been you, President Jackson, was next year or this coming year, we will be adding an enrollment. So we can enroll students as they're coming in through their parents and sharing information. Our STEM trailer attracts our students and our parents and students from other districts as well.
It does, and I would love to know how many kids went through that, because even I went through with my 18-year-old, and we had fun, so.
We saw some adults, some pictures of adults in there as well.
There were some, but then there were me and Zoe.
Yeah.
A couple of questions on page 17. It states that you logged 100,478 parent calls to encourage attendance. That's amazing. The question is, what was the outcome? What did that change? And I'm sure you've just started this, so.
Right. So Dr. Washington and her team, they've been setting up some matrix around about that return on investment, but the accountability. I think our outcome, what we have been able to track, and we can share that with you. We actually have a good slide deck that we can email out to you tonight around our family engagement work. But it was really when we were seeing which students did not come back last year, they started calling right away to get them back. So it was not just about attendance, it was about enrollment as well. And then, of course, we'll be going and working towards that now for at our second week of school, and looking at which students did not return at individual campuses and going out, visiting the homes. They did a lot of home visits as well as the phone calls. But we have additional information. We're happy to send that to the board. But we would love for Ms. Plata to come and share the information with you as well in front of all the trustees.
Thank you. Trustee Bridges?
I'm sorry, one more question. What's the difference between the family engagement counselor and the parent liaison?
So the family engagement specialist is was created under the ESSER funding. They have a little bit different accountability measures in the training, and Ms. Plata is our executive director, and she has a team. So there's training that they go through. They have where we're focusing on attendance, the relationships. A parent liaison is something that we paid out of our Title I, and that was a Title I menu option for campuses to purchase from their Title I funding. There wasn't as structure around what their job duties were. We know it was about interacting with our parents, but with our parent engagement specialists, our family engagement specialists, they have a strict criteria like, hey, we really want you to work on the calling, doing some classes, providing resources not only to our students, but to our parents as well in the community.
And really is the last question. How many did you guys hire? The family engagement specialists?
So we have 107 family engagement positions. And Dr. Washington, do you know, I think our vacancy is pretty low for them. 13 vacancies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If no other questions, we'll move into the accountability update, Dr. Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. We are very pleased tonight to present to you and our community our accountability update, our district and campus outcomes. At this time, I'll turn it over to Sarah Arispe, our Associate Superintendent of Assessment Data and Quality, and several chiefs who will help her through this presentation. Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner, President Jackson, members of the board. Happy to be here with you tonight to do our public presentation of our district and campus outcomes. I know that you all have had a chance as those came out publicly from the state to look at those. Wanted to set the stage by saying that this year, due to Senate Bill 1365, campuses were either rated A, B, C, or they were called not rated under 1365. And that was an acknowledgement by the state of the state of emergency and pandemic that we have been through, and knowing that not all districts and campuses experience that, and families even experience that in the same way. And so that rating some of our campuses or districts would not accurately depict what kind of learning was going on in the district. So we have an overall rating system that is being used to produce that A, B, C, or not rated rating. That's based on 3 domains. We have the student achievement, domain 1, school progress, which is domain 2, and it has 2 parts. And then domain 3, closing the gaps, which is the domain that looks at our various student groups and meets our federal requirements within the state system. 70% of the overall rating is based on domain 1 and 2, and then 30% based on closing the gaps. So as a district in 2022, Fort Worth ISD attained a B rating. We're happy to see that continuing to move up. And in fact, we saw a 14-point gain over the last 5 years, despite 2 years of a global pandemic. So one of just a couple of large urbans in the state of Texas that actually saw gains despite the pandemic. So happy to see that B, and look forward to that going even higher.
For the district rating, again, 70% comes from the best of achievement or progress, so I want to go over those domain scores with you. In the student achievement domain, which is primarily STAR scores, we were at a 73 points. In school progress, we have Part A and Part B. Part A is academic growth. That really looks at student growth on the STAR test in reading and math. We were at 79 points for Domain 2A. And Domain 2B, relative performance, is comparing the STAR performance in Fort Worth ISD with other districts of a similar economic disadvantaged population. In that, we scored very high at an 84 points. So for 70% of our overall rating, the state used Part B, relative performance, that 84. Then we took that 84 along with 30% in closing the gaps, and our score in closing the gaps, excuse me, was a 73. Those two brought together for the 81, which gave us a B rating. We do base a lot of the rating on STAR performance, not all, but I did want to go over that again, and just to be sure everybody saw it in our reading and math. Performance of our all students is the first bar in each grouping. Reading a little bit higher than math, and I think that you're seeing a pattern here is what we saw in our MAP scores as well. Pandemic really took a hit on math, although both are starting to see gains. And so we're pleased with that, and we'll be looking to accelerate those gains. For our African American students, who make up about 21% of the district population in Fort Worth ISD, we were at 52 and 42. Hispanic is about 64, 65% of the district population, so you'll often see all students in Hispanic be about the same number because that is our majority group, 62% and 56. And then white students, who make up about 11% of students in the district, were at 81 and 77. And that is student passing at approaches. And the board will remember that we have students pass at approaches, meets, or masters, and all of those are considered a pass of the STAR test. Also wanted to show you the student groups for economic disadvantage. We know that we have a large population of economically disadvantaged students. About 86% of our students. Passing in reading was 59%, math 52%. We also have a large English learner population or emergent bilingual population, a little over a third of our students in that group. And so there we had 55% in reading, 53% in math. And then we have a special ed population represents about 10 to 11% of our students, and we were at 36 and 37. Want to look also at our campus ratings this year. Very pleased. I know our campuses celebrated this with their teachers and their parents and students to see more A-B campuses. We had an increase of 8 campuses attaining an A rating compared to pre-pandemic 2019. Had an increase of 26 campuses, so we went from 30 campuses to 56 campuses that earned a B rating. Decrease in C's because they went up to A's and B's. And then another very good thing, a decrease of the not rated campuses, which are equivalent to former D's and F's, 15 less campuses. Clearly still work to do on the 23 remaining non-rated, but glad to see those numbers decreasing and the high-performing campuses increasing. This is those same campus ratings now broken out by school type, so by high school, middle school, elementary, and then other schools that don't fit into one of those categories. I won't go through all of those with you. I know you've had a chance to look at that, but just to see the differences by school level from 2019 to 2022. And that other schools includes our alternative campuses like Success, International Newcomers Academy, as well as pre-K satellite centers and Boulevard Heights. These are our campus ratings by region. So 4 regions of the district, as well as our innovation campuses, and then our academies, which include our Leadership Academy Network that we have in cooperation with Texas Wesleyan, and Jack Hay Phelan Academy as well. You see some distributions of all type of campuses there, but I think a visual is helpful sometimes instead of looking at all the numbers. So I wanted to show you that as we look at our city. We see that we have A campuses in all quadrants of our city. Those are our A schools for 2022. Here are our B schools across Fort Worth. These are our C schools across Fort Worth. And finally, the not rated campuses. And again, we see those across the city, and so we know that there are areas where we will be focusing on those campuses and providing some of the additional supports that Ms. Molinar just talked about. Want to really call out and celebrate the campuses who attained the A rating, those 19 campuses. We have some traditional neighborhood campuses there as well as some schools of choice, so it's very nice to see a mix. The schools highlighted in green are highlighted because they have over 90% of their students are economically disadvantaged. So we have all types of campuses there, from some of our most affluent campuses to some of our students that have come with the biggest challenges, all doing really great work. So kudos to those teachers and staff, and we just wanted to highlight that.
And if I may, Sarah and board, the TEA actually assigns campus comparisons, which look at a campus in relation to 40 other campuses, both district and charter schools, with similar socioeconomic status, similar poverty percentages, language minority status, all of those criteria that impact student learning. And we have Meadowbrook Elementary, which scored in first position compared to 40 similarly positioned elementaries. They're 92% poverty, 55% English learners. For medium level poverty, South Highmount actually scored second out of 40. And for low poverty schools, Tanglewood and Overton Park, compared to two different groups of 40 schools in Highland Park and other places like that, they were the first place in each of their categories, Tanglewood and Overton Park. So when we talk about our focus, and in a previous presentation where we talked about going from 18F to 2, that's minimizing failure. What we're talking about here is maximizing success. And I really want to congratulate the teachers, the administrators, and all the support staff who helped our students and parents achieve.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. That just set up so nicely. I won't describe the campus distinctions to you because Dr. Scribner just did a wonderful job of telling how they look at those 40 campuses.
I missed board prep. Sorry about that.
No, that was perfect. Perfect segue. I want to call out some of the other campuses that achieved those academic distinctions. Elementary schools can achieve 6 distinctions, up to 6. Burton Hill and Tanglewood achieved all 6 distinctions. Atwood, McDonald, De Zavala, Meadowbrook, and Overton Park got 5 out of the 6 distinctions. So kudos to those schools. Just on top of their rating, they have these distinctions. Really nice. At the secondary level, we have the possibility of 7 distinctions. Our I.M. Terrell Academy of STEM and VPA earned 6 of those 7 distinctions. And then Pascal and Western Hills earned 5 out of the 7. So kudos to those secondary campuses as well. Really nice on top of their ratings. That is our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. I'm joined by some colleagues here, so we'll take any questions you may have.
Trustee Bridges.
Congratulations, first of all, guys. And I want to shout out to one of our schools, DPK Sellers, which was a campus as well. And when you look at the numbers at that school, how do I say this? That comes with a lot of challenges. How do you look at that and look at other schools and say, what from this school that's making this work opposed to some other challenge? Let's not putting anybody else down. I want to make sure I'm understanding that. But what's working there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in all of our environments where we're seeing success, it starts with the leadership of a campus. It starts with a leader who sets up systems and processes so that the main thing stays the main thing at a campus, and that's making sure that you're in classrooms and teachers are providing high-quality instruction every single day to every single student. It takes a culture of success, it takes a culture of believing, and all of that starts with the leaders at a campus.
And what strategies do you guys have in place to kind of see that continue?
Yeah.
Oh, better yet, up the ante.
Yeah, appreciate that too. You know, we started this school year with all of our principals identifying what are the most important things for our principals to focus in on. Educational excellence, the instructional program, the way that we've defined it. The school experience, it's not just about the culture, but it's the experience that teachers, students, families have when they're at school, and then making sure that we have effective processes. Those 3 items will continue to be the focus that we work with our principals on, not just this year, but as we move forward. And I think it's just development for all of our leaders in those key things that make sure a school is performing.
Thank you.
Yep.
I see quite a few people that I recognize that work on campuses and that were responsible for this B. But more than that, you're responsible for taking care of our kids. I want to say thank you. If you'd stand up, let us give you a round of applause, please. Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I'm excited about this, but I don't want to get too happy because the scores have improved, but the algorithm has changed and most of the scores improved in the state of Texas. But we are still haven't closed the gap as compared to the state. So we need to work on that. And I'm glad we did better, but there's still a lot of work to do, and there must be more improvement for our students of color.
I think we all agree with you. I appreciate your comments.
Dr. Scribner, I'd like to move on to compensation manual.
Sure. So our next item on the agenda, thank you very much, President Jackson. Our next item on the agenda is the overview of the compensation manual and the results. At this time, we'll turn the mic over to Raul Peña, who is our Chief of Talent Management. Dr. Peña.
Well, good evening, Board. It's exciting to be here again to share with you an update on our Talent Management Compensation Manual for the 22-23 school year. All of you should have an updated presentation within the blue folder. So we're going to start off with a compensation review and district actions. And before I start, I do want to share that I have Brenda De Leon here, our compensation director, and Charla Warren, our compensation manager, to support. So let's start off with reviewing compensation actions that were already reviewed with the district by yourselves at our last few meetings. So district recommendation number 1, realign job groupings and condense pay plans to combine instructional programs, campus administrators, incorporate counselors, librarians, and nurses into campus professional support, and renumber all the pay plans. As you might know, the compensation manual is touched every year, and the addition and subtraction of positions creates a piecemeal product. So we took that and reset it this year, and that will be completely accomplished this year. So let's take a look at what that might look like. You also received a copy of the fully redesigned compensation manual for this year to increase transparency and provide clarity. Many times we receive questions about how is my compensation derived? So we've included tables and charts with formulaic pieces to support our employees on how they can test and derive their future salaries, allowing employees to envision how their changes in their position might impact their pay. The creation of career pathways was always also critical in delineating career advancement opportunities. We know that coming to Fort Worth is not about getting a job, but it's about developing a career. And so we wanted to be very intentional about making sure that this compensation manual really reflects that formula of success. District recommendation number 2 was, again, from our TASB recommendation, was to retitle and reorganize jobs and create internal alignment and build logical career pathway progression. This, we got a really good headway, but it's going to be ongoing work. Previously, I mentioned we would be working with every division to make sure that we're continuing to make continual updates and changes to make sure that we address the continuing vision of the district as we continue to move forward. So before we continue, I do want to take a deep dive into career pathway recommendations, but I'd like to reinforce the safeguards that we've shared with you before. Regardless of any change for job title, whether it be for naming conventions, job duties will not be changing for any employee just because we're changing it in the compensation manual. Additionally, any changes to numbering will not reflect promotion or demotion. It really is for career advancement and progression is what we really want to focus on. To assist with this, I will also be developing a presentation for each division chief containing their employees that will be impacted by any of the renumbering or reclassification so they can clearly provide more sense making and talk with them about any questions they might have to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead. And we'll also be available to field those questions for them as well. So let's take a look at some of those career progression and pathways that have been impacted. Again, our goal is to increase transparency and clearly outline any career progression plan to allow employees to see their future where they can grow with us and advance within our district. As you can see, there's a wide array of employees that will be renamed or renumbered. This is, again, necessary due to the historical changes that have occurred within the compensation manual, really resetting the manual and realigning it so that people can see the shift in their position and realignment to their value for their job. So here's a good example. Current practice. We currently have Administrative Associate 1A title in 2 different pay grades, causing some confusion for employees. Another current practice, we have an Administrative Associate 1A and an Administrative Associate 2A within the same pay grade. So if they were to apply for a job, they'd be wondering whether they were going to get an increase in pay or not. Also, we have job description titles, including overlapping titles amongst all these categories. So the new practice, as you can see on the right column, is that we will have Administrative Assistant 1 all the way down to Executive Assistant Senior Assistant here. So we hope that people will see the value in this as they can see their career pathway. We'll also, in the future, we'll develop career calculators so that we can see, employees can see their future and where they're progressing within their pay grade or category. Here's another example of what that looks like on a table under the administrative support pay grade, which is changing from pay grade 100 series to our 700 series. And it'll be very clearly delineated on the progression from 1 to Administrative Assistant 4. Moving on to the Executive Assistant and Executive Assistant Senior. Here's another career progression example so that you can get a gist of what that looks like. Again, currently we have a Director 1 and 2 within the same pay grade. We have employees in Director 2 in 2 different pay grades. The new practice will be to realign all job titles to make sure that we have clear progression and delineation for our employees and they're able to see where they're headed. This is evident currently in our business and finance and instructional programs pay grades, where we have some of this potential confusion. District recommendation number 3 that was brought to you as well is to implement a pay structure that adjusts and aligns with market. This will be ongoing work that's in progress, It was a huge lift, but we've done a really, really meaningful impact on it. So what does that look like? TASB helped us look at a very thorough Metroplex review, not just in the public sector, but also in the private sector marketplace. And we've realigned to make sure that our midpoint values are reflect the marketplace values where we need to be to remain competitive as a school district. My recommendation is that we continue an annual review of these pay grades and stipends and supplemental pay to make sure that we continue to remain competitive as a district and continue to recruit and retain our current employees. District recommendation number 4 is to adopt a general pay increase, which thanks to you, you approved at our last time we met, to maintain market position as well as adjustments to the improve individual pay. So let's take a dive into this recommendation. Additional recommendation here is the minimum wage for hourly full-time employees to $15 per hour. So you'll see a few examples of what that looks like for some of our employees. Once again, the big story here is that all employees within the district will see significant pay increases as a result of the raises that you approved. I want to remind us again that the salary schedules, all employees will receive no less than 4% of their current step. That would be teachers, librarians, and counselors. And all of their pay grades will have a minimum of 4% raise from the midpoint. And we're going to go through a few different examples to show that. So let's talk about one of our largest groups here is the specifics of how raises will be applied across all employee groups. Teachers, counselors, and librarians, again, will receive 4% from the bachelor's degree salary schedule. So they will see 4% for their steps. Stipends for master's or degree will be added to their base salary. Those that are beyond the salary schedule will receive 4% of their current salary. Again, nurses will move and transition over to a pay grade. They're currently on a salary schedule, and they will receive the highest either from the midpoint or 4% of their current salary, whichever one is higher. Any stipends for advanced degrees will be incorporated into their salaries as well. Other exempt staff will receive the 4% midpoint raise for all exempt employees. And again, hourly employees, as the board approved, was 6% at midpoint for all hourly employees. And full-time hourly pay will be increased to $15 an hour. Want to remind us of the hold harmless provision here. We fielded a few questions, so wanted to clarify, especially anyone on a salary schedule that is getting their $1,300 for their master's or $3,000 for their advanced doctorate degree. If for some reason we add the 4% and it doesn't come up higher than their current salary, we will make sure that we make that adjustment so that they get at least a 4% raise. And so all teacher, counselors, and librarians will make sure that they see that. We will double check our numbers to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Again, employees eligible for this will receive the highest stipend. So if I have a master's and a doctorate, I'll make sure they'll receive the doctorate stipend. Here's a great example of what this would look like, and we're going to go through it so we can get a better sense. In this business and finance series, currently we have a coordinator 3. As you can see, the current midpoint for a coordinator 3 is at $74,286. The new compensation manual will realign to show that career progression. Since we don't have a coordinator 1, it will be renumbered to a coordinator 2. And the pay grade will be, the new pay grade will be the 400 series for the business and operations division. And as you can see here, the new employee, even though there was a retitling, which is not impacting their pay, will receive a very meaningful 4% raise off their new midpoint based on the TASB recommended salary adjustments that we made for 2022-2023. So this is exciting news for all employees. As you can see, the increase will come off the new midpoint. Here's another great celebration thanks to the minimum $15 per hour. Our most needed campus monitors that help us keep our students safe and build relationships also with them to make sure they keep coming to school. Currently, their starting hourly rate is at $11.94. We're seeing that shift over to $15.75. As you can see, that is a very robust bump to $23,562 yearly salary. Last time we met, our TASB study had not finished, and we had not finished our stipend review, and we received that data since the last time we met, so I'd like to share a few highlights from that. All those numbers were also included on the agenda so that you have access to that for your own review. So we'll review teacher extra duty pay, bilingual stipends, academic substitutes, and campus safety and security. I think for me, perhaps one of the most meaningful, impactful recommendations was a supplemental pay. The rate of compensation for hourly teacher pay has not been changed in over 20 years. And so we're going from $21 an hour to a market, really good market value of $35 per hour. Now, this is just not for teachers. This will also impact nurses, librarians, counselors, LSSPs, and others who serve students directly for anything that honors their commitment to tutoring or extra duty pay for their related services to the students. So we're very excited to make this announcement as we were a little behind the curve in this area. Another area and recommendation made by you at our last meeting was supporting our bilingual employees, especially counselors and librarians. As you can see, we will be able to support them with a $4,000 stipend for all certified, and that's Texas Education Agency employees that have a bilingual certification. So any counselor or librarian that holds that bilingual certification will be able to support them with a $4,000 stipend. I also want to add that we are continuing to review this data moving forward in other areas where there might not be a state certification, and how we can create an assessment or a tool to make sure that we can vet and verify other employees that might be eligible for such compensation if they have that bilingual capacity in supporting students. For now, we feel secure that this aligns with our other measures and how we verify whether employees are bilingual, and that's through their state certification with TEA. There was a robust review. The last time that the TASB study was conducted in 2014, stipends were not reviewed. It came back with a lot of great recommendations, some that were very robust in aligning to market values in the athletics, academics, and visual and performing arts areas, so they are there for your review as well. We're very excited to share this, as we know that many of these programs are the reason why our kids keep coming back to school. The enrichment programs, and those are the teachers that are really touching students in a meaningful way to make sure that they come back and they have something to look forward when they come back to school every morning and stay after school committed to the work, making sure that our students are supported. Here's another big bucket is, especially during our pandemic and high stress areas when we had high vacancies, substitutes continue to be a crucial support in ensuring that instructional continuity happens at our campuses, so the daily rates have been increased to reflect the DFW Metroplex competitive rates, and we are assured that these rates will make sure that we have our best substitutes in place in supporting schools every day. So you can see they're going from $90 daily rate to $115 for our substitute teachers, our substitute teacher, librarians, and nurse substitutes going to $122. And then for our long-term subs, as you can see, they're at $137. We'll also continue to provide them with additional incentives for our high needs days. We have a lot more employees that take off on Monday or Tuesday or happen to be ill on those days. And so we compensate our subs for those days because we know those are high need days at the school sites. So we will continue to support our subs for being there on Mondays, Fridays, and Thursdays. We know that campus safety and security will be a top priority for us now and moving forward. So we will continue to partner with our Fort Worth Police Department to secure off-duty police officers at district events, raising our hourly rates to ensure an ample pool of security officers are available from 37 to 42 for police officers and sergeants and lieutenants from 4350 to 4850. Proposed implementation plan, share this information with you today for your approval. Release this tomorrow upon review and approval. We will begin rigorously working on our Munis financial platform to make changes in the system from the week of August 24th, moving forward to September 1st. It's called initialization, which means getting all the numbers in the system for each specific employee to make sure that they're paid accurately in the September payroll batch. And then continuing to have a very extensive audit to make sure that we don't miss any employee, that everyone's being carefully looked at and examined. As you can see, the red bars, when our employees will see the first check with the new recalculations, will be our hourly employees. We'll see it on September 15th. And our monthly employees will see that change impacting their paycheck on September the 28th. This year, we're going to go back to the practice of sending out a letter mid-September to every employee, letting them know what their new salary will be for the 22-23 school year. So all 10,000 plus employees will receive a specific letter, letting them know the change, along with a warm message from talent management. During the weeks of September 5th through the 16th, the presentation that I alluded to earlier, the chiefs will be presenting that to their team members to make sure that we continue the sense making and there is no misunderstandings on the career progression changes that happened, as some of them have been renumbered or retitled. We want to make sure that every employee gets to hear from their own chief about what those changes look like, and that it really does not impact their job duties or their anything else, nor their pay. As a matter of fact, it's going to help them see, hopefully, a better, bright future ahead of them once they examine that information. And lastly, we're going to be fully open for questions through our Let's Talk portal. So we'll have that live, ready to go. Make sure it's already live, but want to remind employees where they can find it. They can always email us at compensation@fwisd.org, or a phone call as well. We're all available for fielding questions and really clarifying any misunderstandings or looking at something a little deeper. So that's a big overview of our compensation manual overview. I'd like to also thank our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Arrieta Candelaria, and our leadership team, Deputy Molinar and Superintendent Scribner, for their support through this process, as this is a cross-functional alignment of work to make sure that we have the best product in front of you and our employees.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. We've got a bit of a thematic presentation going here, and that is we're looking at our ESSER dollars and how we're buying curriculum, and we're looking at our compensation manual, and we celebrate the movement from a C to a B district and the hard work that's being done. And I appreciate ending this with the compensation manual, in that it is a reminder that we can have the fanciest curriculum and we can have the shiniest technology, but what makes the magic happen are the people that are doing the work in the classrooms and on the buses and in the cafeterias and in the hallways and in administration buildings all across the campus. It's a team effort that we're putting in to make sure that as that trajectory goes up, that trajectory continues to go up. Because as Trustee Rodriguez said, we've made progress. There is more progress to be made.
Exactly.
And so I appreciate that we're not just looking at how we're using the ESSER funds to buy the curriculum. We're also, and we're not just celebrating those good scores, we're looking at how are we compensating the people who are making the magic happen, because those scores went up because of the teachers in the classroom, the students in the classroom, and the families that made that happen. So I appreciate your attention to detail, and I appreciate the very intentionality that this report shows that we are trying, as Fort Worth ISD, to take care of the people who work here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Dar.
I, about a month ago, made an impassioned plea for campus monitors. Have we seen an increase in the number of applicants for campus monitors? I'm quite certain it's not because of my impassioned plea, but I would love to know that there is an increase in applicants.
So 4 days ago, we had 10 applicants in the pool, but this hadn't been released yet. So hopefully, with your approval, we'll be able to see an increase in that pool after they see that recommendation for the campus monitor rate. So we're very excited about this, as we know that we can always do better, and hopefully, with your support, we'll be able to provide that better compensation.
Okay, and I'd like to reiterate, I believe it was Ms. Molinar who mentioned that some of the best people to recruit are the people on the staff. They know the community, they know the families, they know the grandparent that just retired, they know the community and who cares about those kids. And so I encourage, we can't just sit and wait for people to come to us.
Just to give you a quick preview on our recruitment plan, we're targeting more of our high school events where we can go and have these kind of micro recruiting events at soccer games, football, basketball events. Why not set a table next to the hot dog table and make sure that we're recruiting parents and community members as well? To your point, we'll be working with school leadership to really have a robust campaign within our community to recruit people and really demonstrate to them that we're compensating them for their time and be able to still help within the community.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. And then finally, because this is about career advancement, this isn't just about, hey, here's your salary, but it gives people an idea of what can possibly come next. How does Fort Worth, but it's expensive to take certification tests and to become a teacher, and how is Fort Worth ISD helping to defer some of those costs for certification testing or preparation, things like that?
As a matter of fact, Dr. Sines with the CTE has several proposals out there to support teachers, and also Dr. Sorensen with academics under bilingual and ESL areas. They are very supportive financially to compensate teachers for their certification efforts. And as you know, within my department, we're working with Region 11 on alternative certification. Mm-hmm. We're currently serving 35 current teacher assistants that are going to be certified to become teachers within our district. So we're very excited to be able to support them. And they've signed a 3-year agreement to serve our students for at least 3 years as a result of our support to make sure that they became certified teachers to serve our students. So a lot of opportunities for us to support current employees in getting certifications and also becoming degreed to become great teachers in front of our kids.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you so much for this report, and to all the team who worked so hard to put this together. And I'll second Trustee Dar's comments that in Fort Worth ISD, our employees are valued and appreciated for the work they do for our students. So on academics and athletics on this slide, can you provide an example of what market values are for those teachers who are teaching a class and also doing, because a few months ago we had a few students and community members talking about soccer, and that those coaches were not probably paid that as the same as other sports.
We'll give you a reel here of some examples so you can hear it. I'll let Ms. De Leon share those here with us and compare current stipend rate to future 2022-23 recommendations so that you can see and get an idea of what it looks like. So Brenda, if you could share just a few examples, especially in soccer, potentially in any other area that our trustees might want to hear.
Thank you.
Okay, so in head baseball, right now for high school coaches, they receive $7,000. Our proposal for head baseball coaches is $9,800. Soccer head coach currently is 6,000, and head coach for soccer is also 9,800.
Thank you.
And again, they had not been reviewed in a while, so the market change has changed, and you can see that's why there's some significant increase there to compensate the long hours that are spent outside after school hours.
Thank you so much.
I would add the long hours in the freezing cold and in the rain as well.
Right.
Trustee Ryan?
Well, thank you for the report. I'm glad that we're boosting some of our extracurricular folks up and academic UIL and performing arts folks. I just want to make sure that we're looking at all the right things and the time that they put in. So are we paying flag football the same as we're paying regular football on the coach, and then are the hours the same? I know they're playing fewer games, and there are people in baseball and volleyball play more games than that. So, where are we going to be equal on all those things? Because I don't want a coach walking away because somebody else is doing half the work and getting paid the same amount.
Great point. Our first lens was to look at it through that Title IX lens to make sure that
Right.
our female head coaches and male head coaches had the same stipend, and that was checked. And so we're excited about that. But now the next step is to look at some of the flag football was brought to my attention a little bit while ago. And so I know we're going to be looking at that, but it's a continuous review of some of the stipends to make sure that there's equity in terms of hours and the sport, comparing it to other sports that are like and similar to those. So we will continue to review those, and I have my notes here to continue that review, Dr. Ryan.
So that'll be important to all those coaches, and I know it's just like the same thing with, and I had to deal with it working here with what's the difference in a band director and a choir director. Well, the band guys are out at 10 football games or more and doing fall marching, but everything else ought to be the same. So a lot of that is just how we look at all the hours they do spend, and I appreciate you looking at that. Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
Thank you for this report. Earlier this summer, we heard from a number of counselors and librarians about the proposed recommendations. I'm glad, one, that we heard their concerns and that they were addressed and that we're taking another look at their grouping. But I just want to stress that in the formula of success, that we definitely need to be receiving input from the employees who are impacted. That moving forward, I'd like to see, when you bring recommendations, that it also has been shared with, some of them, and kind of getting their feedback as well. And then when it comes to the campus monitors, well, really not just the campus monitors, but while I appreciate the efforts that we've made significant efforts to increase the pay and the minimum wage, I would really like to see us provide a true living wage to all of our employees. These are our Fort Worth families. That's somebody's parent, grandparent, community member. According to a recent article in Tarrant County, you actually need to earn $24 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. And so, again, when we speak to letting our employees know that they are valued and that they have a vital role here, I know that we compare it to the market, but I really would like to see us pay an appropriate living wage to all of our employees, and same with the teacher assistants. You mentioned that the stipends hadn't been looked at or changed really since 2014. Why had it been so long, and what's the plan moving forward? How often will they be reviewed?
My recommendation is to review everything on a yearly basis, and maybe every 3 years have a more robust review and evaluation like the one that happened this year. I can't answer in terms of perhaps the reviews were focused in other target areas during those years, but we know right now that with the post-pandemic environment, the high need for retention and recruitment of teachers and staff, that this is a high priority for us, and that's why we initiated that this year, to make sure that we were aligned to market value and that our district was competitive, to make sure we not only were able to recruit but also secure new employees. And so moving forward, we'll make sure that my recommendation is we have a yearly review, not just with us but with an external vendor such as TASB.
Thank you.
Trustee Bridges.
My question is, for teachers that are working on doing a better job of communication with some of their parents, and they're taking Spanish classes or something like that, are they given some kind of compensation for that?
Currently, they're not, unless they're bilingual certified. So all bilingual certified teachers do receive a stipend, sir. So they're bilingual certified, and they're teaching a bilingual class, whether it be dual language, one way or two way.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll call the public hearing to order, and the public hearing is to discuss the proposed 2022-2023 tax rates. At this time, Carmen Arrieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer, will give the report.
Thank you, Rel.
Good evening. Once again, Carmen Arrieta Candelaria, CFO for the district. I'm pleased this evening to present to you the tax rate adoption. This is our last step in this process with regards to the budget adoption. Is this not working? Can you advance it, please? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm very pleased to present the 2022-23 tax rate. It's a 6.16 cent reduction over the prior year, which is really good news. So if we looked at the adopted rate from 21-22, the M&O rate is 1.0512. And you can compare that to the proposed rate, less than $1, I will note, at 98.96 cents. There's the difference of 6.16 cents. That is a reduction. The INS side, the interest and sinking, remains at 29.2 cents, no reduction there. So the total tax rate from 21-22 of 134.32 goes to 128.16 in 22-23. That notice of the tax rate was published in the Fort Worth Star Telegram on Friday, August 12th. If we want to look at the next slide, this is our taxes on the average taxable value. The average market value of a residence for 21-22 was $206,172, and in 22-23 that was $235,913, or an increase of $29,741, reflective of the increase in the appraised values. But the average taxable value of the residence is $152,417 in 21-22 and $156,850 in 22-23. And that is an increase of $4,433, and that is reflective of the homestead exemption changing from $25,000 to the $40,000 through the election. That was passed in May. So the total, if you apply that to the total tax rate from 21-22 of 134.32, you have taxes on that taxable value of $2,047.21. In 22-23, the average taxable value of $156,850, and you apply the $128.16, that's $2,010.19, or a reduction of $37.08 on the average taxable value. So you'll look at the tax rate adoption, and in the motion, you'll notice that the ordinance adopting the tax rate includes verbiage that implies that the tax rate is increasing. And why is that? Because we make a comparison to what's called the no new revenue tax rate. And that no new revenue tax rate is simply a calculation that determines that a tax rate would be needed to produce the same amount of tax revenue as last year based on this year's taxable value. As I indicated, we grew by 10.2% this year, and with that growth, it would take a lower tax amount to produce the same amount of tax revenue as last year. In the ordinance before you, in an upcoming item, this is the language that is statutorily required, where it says that this tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate, and the tax rate will effectively be raised by 5.29% and will raise the taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately negative $61.60. So in effect, it's a reduction based on the $100,000, but statutorily, this is the way that it is to be published. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, and this is the way that we're following the requirements. Here's the worksheet. It's a very complicated calculation, but I wanted to show that this is where the numbers are coming from. The first item is circled in green, which reflects our 5.29 percentage that's being increased on the M&O rate, and then the 6160 is derived based on this calculation on the $100,000 home. So on the next slide this is your final step in the annual adoption process, and where section 26.5A of the tax code requires that the governing body adopt an ordinance setting those tax rates to fund the adopted budgets, and that notice of the public meeting has been advertised as required by law. One final note is the impact of that tax rate reduction on the general fund revenue. And as you know, this tax rate is due to the mandated state compression from House Bill 3 that was passed, and it's a reduction in the M&O tax rate from the 21-22 fiscal year. So generally, the reduced tax rate translates into less tax revenue, and the state will make up that loss of revenue with state funding. In our case, it's the opposite, and that is because of the significant increase in our valuations. So for us, we generated about $458 million in taxes in 21-22 for M&O. In 22-23, it's $477 million. So we will actually receive less state funding going into 22-23. And we just went through the calculation, and it appears that we are going to be in recapture for 22-23, which means we will send some of our money to the state. So this will be for the first year that will happen, and so we're looking at that to see what the actual impact of that. It's about a little over $2 million is what we've calculated. But as you will recall, the combined state and local funding will remain the same as a result. What we get funded on is basically on our general fund revenue is based on ADA, our students. So that is really what House Bill 3 impacted revenues. We will bring forward a revenue budget amendment at a future board meeting, and we'll give you those specific calculations regarding that impact once we finalize that calculation. So with that, are there any questions that I may answer on this good news? It is required I believe that there's some language specifically that you have to utilize when adopting a tax rate, and 6 of you must vote in favor in order to pass the item. Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Thank you for this. I have a quick question about recapture. Do you know what percentage of every dollar we're going to have to send back? And is that 2 million number you mentioned, is that in total, or?
It's 2 million. We had originally estimated it was going to be about 900,000 originally, but with the increase in the valuation, it's up to 2 million.
And do we know how many pennies of every dollar?
I don't know specifically. I just know proportionately it's not a whole lot, but it does mean we've reached the cap on some of those copper pennies, and it's pushed us over.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ryan?
Do you know if the state requires this language for any other taxing entity? they require it for the city when their taxes go up, or the hospital district, or the community college district, or any of those entities, when they raise their taxes or they get their tax rate, do they have to say the same thing, that it's still a tax rate or tax increase?
I believe that there's some statutory language that is required. I don't know if it's specifically this language, but I do know they have similar notice requirements and similar requirements when it comes to voting and the publication of certain information. I don't know if it specifically is this language.
I know what we had to post for our bond election, but the city was doing one and they didn't have anything posted. So I didn't know if it was just a deal for the legislators to put more problems on the school district about their monies, because that's where most of the monies are spent in the state, as
Bingo.
opposed to the cities. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Do you anticipate getting any of that $2 million back?
It depends on the number of students, so it's, that may impact if our projections are less, so we have less students, then we would have to send less money back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll remember we need a supermajority.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us. This time, we'll hear from those who requested to speak concerning the proposed 2022-2023 tax rates. Each of you will have 3 minutes, and we'll start with Ms. Holly Plemons, and she will be followed by Joe Palmer. Ms. Plemons? You would like to trade with Mr. Palmer, is that what you're telling me? Mr. Palmer, are you ready to go? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'd like to make a couple of corrections in the information. Number one, the calculations did not take into account the increased appraisals throughout the county. According to TAD, the average increase in appraisals in Tarrant County was 20%. So if you're going to say a $100,000 home is this last year, and then you apply the rate cut to that same value, of course it's going to be a reduction in the tax bill. But what staff did not include in that calculation was the 20% increase. So $200,000 home last year at last year's rate of 1.34, $1.34, made the tax bill for the school district $2,345. This year, if you take the same house, $200,000 home, plus the 20% increase, that puts it at $240, minus the homestead exemption at $128, the new rate that's being proposed, it's going to make the tax bill $2,560, which is actually an increase of over $200. This is not the time to increase taxes on people, and it is a tax increase for another reason, because your total levy is going to be higher this year than it was last year. The amount of income, the amount of tax revenue that you're getting this year is higher than last year. This is from your staff. The projected amount of tax revenue that would be generated with the adoption of the proposed tax rate, $611 million. What is the projected amount of revenue that the no new revenue rate would generate? $584 million, much less. What was the total tax levy collected by the district last year? $585 million. So the tax rate that you would want to implement, that you would want to adopt, is $1.17, $1.1725. I'm asking for a motion to adopt that rate. That rate will give you the exact same amount of tax revenue this year that you had last year. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of supply chain disruptions. Food is going up. People are trying to pay for their house so they can raise their kids somewhere. Everybody in this room is in support of education. I want you guys to do well. I want you guys to take on Country Day and dust them. I really do. I want you to take them on in a spelling bee and all the performance levels, the testing scores, to be better than they are. I think the kids in the school district deserve just as good as they get, the kids over there. But you can't do it at the expense of food. You can't do it at the expense of housing. Have you ever heard of how many people in society have not even $2,000 cash for an emergency? Make a motion, adopt a rate of $1.17. Granbury ISD cut their rate 9 cents last night, and they're still flush with cash, bringing in more money than they did last year. Best and the brightest? We have the best and the brightest? Trustee Phillips, what does Granbury ISD have? What does Everman ISD have? They cut their rate 4 cents.
Time. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Ms. Clemens? And Ms. Clemens will be followed by Ms. Amy Super.
Hi, Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I want to highlight a few things that I've seen done by neighboring school districts that relate to the budget and tax rate process. Everman ISD has on the main page of their website a drop down to ESSER fund expenditures. Why don't we have this? They also have this year's proposed rate and budget next to last year's, presumably to make it easy to compare. They're showing a proposed rate cut of almost 5 cents, Granbury ISD 9 cents. When you do the bare minimum, when you provide the absolute least amount of disclosure and transparency, it doesn't contribute to a constructive conversation between the district and the parents and taxpayers, does it? When important and helpful information is predominantly displayed on one school district's website, but is either missing or hidden on ours, how should that be interpreted by families considering where to move in our county? What about this arms race to lure parents with their kids to our district to replace those that are evacuating, like me, because of your failed policies, dismal scores, and rundown campuses? I thought we were committed to filling up our buildings with students so that we can go get voters in order to build more, votes in order to build more. Maybe the firm hired by the district for $1.23 million will have some recommendations relating to increased transparency in order for our district to appear more favorable. The district has been under closer scrutiny from us parents in the last few years than any time in recent memory. It would seem to make sense for the district to make an effort to respond to criticism by offering improvements to the areas of issues. Wouldn't this go a long way toward repairing damaged relations between the district and people? It isn't parents making Fort Worth ISD the unaffordable and less promising alternative to private school. In reference to the $1.23 million contract with the firm intended to study the mass exodus of families from Fort Worth ISD, what is it about the feedback you're receiving right now from parents for free that causes you to ignore it? For months, as parents have brought issues to the board along with recommendations on direction out of concern for our children. Are you ready to work with us? I sure hope so. Please consider a lower tax rate. Fort Worth families are hurting and you're getting more money than ever. Give us a break. Thank you.
Amy Super will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
I'm going to read a transcribed quote made by former trustee Dr. Ramos, as it should cause all of us to question whether you, as a board, can be trusted with your duty to be good fiscal stewards, which includes setting tax rates. These comments only apply to the 7 of you who are trustees when these accusations were made. This is a transcribed direct quote made by then trustee Dr. Ramos during comments made during the end of the October and November 21 board meetings. Quote, I've sat here for 8.5 years and I've watched how this district operates, and more specifically how this board operates. I've watched how people have been recruited to be on this board, particularly from one side of town, how they've been funded and financed to get into the seat every now and again it peeks up its ugly head. Historically, it's been connected to a particular law firm who happens to collect our taxes, unquote. None of you who were on this board when he made these statements refuted or denied this allegation when he made these comments during the board meetings I've referred to, nor have any of you addressed them since. You've had ample time to do so. You've chosen to simply ignore them and hope that no one else remembered them. We remembered. And the video evidence comes from your own website archives and are available for anyone to verify that what I've transcribed. Based on the information that this district is now required to make public, the Fort Worth ISD tax burden on a $200,000 home will increase by more than $200 this year. If you adopt the proposed rate, according to the Tarrant Appraisal District, the average appraisal increase here is 20%. To offset this increase, which affects homeowners and renters alike, please know that, the board would need to adopt a tax rate close to 1.1725%. You have until the 30th of September to adopt a tax rate. We're asking for a motion to table this rate until their staff presents the board with budget amendments in order to adopt this lower rate. As stated at the next regular board meeting, inflation has exceeded 9%, and there is no sign of this turning around. Everything families are budgeting for is costing more. Many in our community simply cannot afford to be hit with more taxes at this time. Of course, we want the best schools we can possibly get, but not at the expense of people going hungry and people being able to keep their homes. Later on, I'll be addressing other concerns I have, which will include even more transcribed quotes by Dr. Ramos, and whether we should continue to be putting our trust in any of those 7 board members to make any financial decisions regarding approving spending for anything, to include setting tax rates. Thank you.
Carrie Raymeyer will be followed by Jennifer Crossland, who is our final speaker on the special public comment.
Good evening. Talking with many Fort Worth ISD parents about issues affecting them and their families, the topics that come up most often and appear to be the most concerning are inflation and property taxes. You'll likely recall the amount of attention, both positive and negative, that the Property Tax Reform and Relief Act of 2017 generated. Thousands of people attended the series of 8 town halls hosted around the state in 2016, along with the subsequent legislative committee hearings held at the Capitol. These meetings went late into the night, and many traveled from far reaches of Texas in order to testify to the property tax burden and the hardship it had become for them and their families. Some of the aspects of the property tax system that were highlighted include the astonishing rate of increase in property tax bills that has demonstrably outpaced cost of living increase over the same time period, the powerlessness of taxpayers to have an impact on the increase, and the complexity of the appraisal process and the local taxing entity rate and budget process. Many described the process as confusing and intimidating to the point where they were reluctant to get involved. Many who did choose to make an attempt to testify that quickly realized they were at a disadvantage due to their lack of knowledge and how to defend themselves and their savings. This argument could go on for days as to whether or not this act actually helped ease the tax burden for families in Texas, but we do know that it increased some measures of transparency that are now required. As several people have mentioned, your average $200,000 home is going to go up $200 just on the Fort Worth ISD tax burden. It could go up more for other ones if you adopt this proposed rate. I hope that you do table it and think about setting a lower rate that's actually going to keep taxes the same or lower them, because you know, they say inflation's at 9+%, but I think most people know that doesn't include energy, food, and housing. So it's actually much worse, and families are really struggling. And not to mention the huge decrease in the number of students. More money than ever, less students than, I don't know, in years. Thank you.
Ms. Crossland?
Good evening. My name is Jenny. I'm a mother of 2 toddlers and a Fort Worth resident. I wanted to talk to you about this tax rate tonight because I'm going to get to that part in a second, but you do have until September 30th, so you could table this and we could really hammer out some of these numbers that are being proposed, because what is proposed today is actually a tax increase. When I look at the slide from earlier, I take pictures of all the slides for a reason. When I look at average market value of a residence in 2021-22, it's $206,172. The proposed rate on this chart for 2022-23 is $23,913. That's a 12% increase. But when I look at the average taxable value of a residence, it only went up 9.7%. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. I'm not a doctor in math, but I do enjoy math. And when I multiply it out correctly, it's actually a tax increase using your own chart. And so I really would like you to table this. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I enjoy math. All these families are struggling. Every family is struggling right now. And, you know, you talk about raise. How are you going to pay for that? You know what I mean? You have to tax more to make more. At some point, you have to say, hey, maybe we should cut some things. We want to prioritize teacher raises. That's wonderful. Cut something else somewhere else so that you can adopt a tax rate. I really love calculating stuff, and this 1.1725 is the magic number. If you could give us that number, I think you could get a lot of happy families. And you could look them in the face with confidence and say that you did something for them. But what you're doing right now is you're lying to people. You could table this and work on it some more. You could do some more numbers. I'm happy to help you anytime. I'd love to. But you could table this, and I would like you to, please. Give families a little bit of hope and a little bit of help. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to action agenda item A. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans? And it would be, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.281600, which is effectively a 6.7% increase in the tax rate. Have a second? Do I have a question? Do we need a second before I can have a question? Trustee Loibanus is on the second. Trustee Ryan, question?
The question is, what did we say the tax increase was going to be? Or the change in taxes?
The tax rate will be $1.281600, which is effectively a 6.7% increase in the tax rate. Would you like our CFO to come back and speak to this?
Just for a couple of questions, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Carmen.
Yes, what is the question?
Well, one of them I would question is, the state's going to take $2 million away from us because our valuations went up. Is there a tax rate we can set that they no longer steal the money from the school district?
Again, that would be dependent on our enrollment, and so there's two components.
Okay.
There's the enrollment, and then there's the taxes. I'm also concerned if you lower the tax rate, I'd have to run those calculations on the tier 2. So if we are at, our maximum compressed rate is 81.96, and then we have 17 enrichment pennies on top of that. So those 17 pennies generate additional state aid that we would not otherwise get on it from tier 2. And so if you lower that rate, then you lower the amount of state revenue that you would receive. So I do think that there would be a penalty if you reduce the tax rate from state revenues. I don't know what that impact would be. I'm also concerned about the budget that we passed, which was a $40 million deficit. And we've run preliminary numbers. Our enrollment is not coming in according to the projected amounts. So that is also concerning. So, I mean, I would be concerned if the tax rate were not adopted at the rate that's being recommended, given the impact on the already declining revenues that we'll probably more than likely have because of our enrollment.
And if I may, President Jackson, Dr. Ryan, the recapture is a function not only of student enrollment, but also property value. So when we look at ISDs about our size, like Austin, with a tremendous property value, their recapture payment is $800 million. Ours is $2 million. This is new to us because we have not been in recapture, but as property values continue to increase, particularly in the commercial area as well, that has a large impact on it. And again, with regard to the comments around changing a tax rate here in the 11th hour, that would really cause some concern. We've made a commitment to our staff, to our faculty, to our employees of significant increases. And to make that change now, I think would put some of those in jeopardy.
So there's no, I guess the question is, there's no relationship that I'm aware of right now that has to do with recapture money as opposed to the tax rate. It's just the valuation of the properties.
It is a formula, and this is the first time Fort Worth ISD has fallen into that formula. As a function of likely both the combination of enrollment and the increase in property value.
Okay. I just love state finance with schools. They figure some way to get it away from you.
Sure, and your earlier point about the comments that it would be an increase irrespective of the tax rate remains the same is also a good point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other concerns or questions? Been moved by Trustee Evans, seconded by Trustee Luebanos. Seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's move to voting, please. I'm still missing you, Dr. Ryan. Do you have to touch it?
Touch the actual screen.
Okay.
Did it work?
Thank you. Yeah.
Happened to me earlier, sorry. And the motion passes 8 yes, 1 no. The no is Dr. Ryan. Next item will be public comment. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and we will take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible. We understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Ernie Moran, followed by Deborah Ford.
I want to acknowledge that we are land ceded and shared by the Tawakani, Jumanus, Kickapoo, Wichita, and Comanche nations. I'm a high school teacher and coach in Fort Worth ISD and the parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students. One is in high school, one in middle school, and one in elementary school. I think those facts speak to my support of public education. I'm here the second week of school because you're giving the other side, the side that wants to tear down public education, you're giving that side what they want. They've seen results in Southlake, in Grapevine, Colleyville, and in Keller just to name a few other districts. We know they're well-funded, and we know the source of that funding. We all saw the CNN report by Ed Lavandera. Most important of all, we know their true aim, to make public education untenable and divert taxpayer dollars to private schools where they don't have to mix with poor kids of color. You folded when they went running to a judge to get around safety measures meant to protect students and staff from COVID-19, which we know disproportionately affects black and brown communities. And you recently struck a deal that prevents you from instituting reasonable safety measures in the event of any future surges in cases. You hung a superintendent who worked for equity out to dry under the guise of test scores and critical race theory being taught. You stayed silent as they've attacked that equity work and its committee, letting them draw headlines, get airtime, and own the narrative, even as scores improved, contrary to the months of lies and the large full-color signs they brought before this very body. And now, as we return to our campuses just weeks after the latest horrific tragedy in a Texas school, instead of pushing for common sense gun safety measures, you've done everything to make our schools resemble prisons. Single points of entry, ID cards that must be visible, locked classroom doors at all times. You may as well give us teachers brown uniforms to wear to work. So it's no wonder teachers, good teachers, are quitting the profession. We know for years, studies have shown us that an environment conducive to learning is a necessity for a successful school. But instead of taking that fact, that scientific consensus born of study after study, instead of taking that and pushing back against the governor, the TEA commissioner, and those who seek to destroy public schools, instead of asking them to find real solutions to gun violence, you carry their water. So allow me to suggest an alternative. Try standing up for our schools. Get in front of the cameras, each of you, and tell them about the great things happening in public schools. Talk to reporters on the record and defend the wonderful teachers and staff of this district from the constant barrage of lies from the other side. Push back against the TEA and the legislature when they insist on policies you know are wrong for our schools and communities. Because right now, by following this latest push from the other side, your silence has us that much closer to turning our schools into carceral institutions. Thank you.
Deborah Ford will be followed by Vanessa Basaldu.
My name is Deborah Ford. I grew up in Fort Worth, have 2 grandkids in the district, am a former Fort Worth ISD teacher, and I am a Christian. When I heard about the National Motto Project, I was encouraged because it represents the values and beliefs that our nation was founded on. I'm thankful that Patriot Mobile donated these to ensure that every campus in Fort Worth ISD can display one. Psalms 56:11 says, "In God I trust, and I am not afraid." To me, these words inspire hope and strength. Now is the time that we need to see those words in schools. Our kids are struggling with academics, behavior, and emotions. Staff morale is low, and parents are frustrated. They all need hope. They all need strength. I believe they who hope in the Lord shall renew their strength, Isaiah 40:31. So I hope that putting trust in Him will restore our nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Board. God bless you.
Vanessa Basaldu, Holly Plemons. Ms. Plemons?
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. Dr. Scribner, this is not the 11th hour. This was the first time that the public was ever able to speak on it, and all of you ignored us except for Dr. Ryan. Q, you should super be ashamed of yourself. You and Wallace, both of you have some of the lowest income in your area. Wallace, in your area, did you know that you have the lowest life expectancy? And you guys just did that to these people? Go look at one of your agenda items tonight. Your homeless from last year was 5. It's now 32. And you're willing to pay $500,000 to transport those kids. That's about $15,000 a kid. That's where people are. They're losing their homes. And none of you did anything about it in that tax rate. None of you except for Dr. Ryan. You should all be disgusted with yourself. Next thing I'm going to talk to you about is the rhythm contract. Did you not learn anything about the surveys? We're going to sue you again if you do it again. Rhythm. Let's see. They have an agreement in there that you're 13 and you can accept it. Well, that's cute. That's not the state of Texas. So every single one of those kids that accepts that on the Rhythm app at 13 years old, you're breaking the law. Have you guys gotten a data sharing agreement yet? You didn't have it for my kids. This is leading to a social credit system. That's socialism that leads to communism. You are going to hold these kids accountable for life, because you're asking them their thoughts and their feelings, and that is none of your business. The best intervention that you can have for kids is a happy teacher. But you guys want to pay $80,000 for another survey app. I swear, I will sue you over it again. That's against PPRA, but you guys are sneaky. You use special revenue funds so that you can get away from it, instead of just doing what's right by kids. Parents have to be made aware about these surveys. They are going to track and destroy your kids. Opt them out. You guys are also on Rhythm. They share data. Pay attention to your contract. I don't know if you have a new one coming up, but last year they do, and they also share PII, personal identifiable identification. They would not be able to tell me that they will destroy my kids' information if they weren't able to find my kids. That means that you gave them PII, and you are not legally allowed to do that. You will get sued. Let's see, what's next? I've got 27 seconds. Number 4, number 7, number 8. This is all data stuff again. You guys are just complete and utter data hounds. That's all that you guys want to take care of. Data, 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 sell it, sell it, sell it, and not protect any kids. This is consent item 10 for Rhythm. You do not need to approve it. The kids don't need it. They need good teachers. They need happy teachers, not a survey.
Susan Walker will be followed by Carlos Tercios, who will be followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Scribner. Let me start by saying I was very happy when I heard I might actually have 3 minutes to speak, but if not, it would go to 2 minutes as opposed to just 1, which is progress. Your parents and your teachers, we do need to be heard. We need to make sure that we have an avenue always to reach out to the people in the district. This is why I came here tonight, to focus on true listening. At the end of summer school, I spoke at the board meeting to express the serious behavior issues I had witnessed over summer and also through the school year. As a teacher in her 25th year in the district, I can tell you when discipline is out of control, learning is going to take a severe negative hit. Despite any curriculum program that is brought forth, I am pleased to say that at least at my school, I feel like things are starting to turn around, and not because of restorative practices, but because we stay consistent as a school staff. And I hope this is happening at other schools. Again, this shows me someone was listening to the teachers about discipline. Now, if we can move the listening approach up to the district level, that would be great. I am not sure how many district staff we have making over $100,000 a year. Please, I don't want anyone to take this as a cut, but these staff should not be making decisions for the teachers. They should be making decisions with the teachers and with approval from the teachers, and not through surveys. This is because how many high-ranking district personnel have been teachers in the last 5 years, or in the last 10 years, or in the last 15 years? And I don't say that to be disrespectful. I just want to bring awareness to the fact that most of these people have not taught through COVID or even recently. If you want to find solutions, you need to make yourselves readily available to the people who directly work with students. Anyone that has a title associated with education should be in regular communication with your teachers. And I'm not just talking about content directors and pyramid directors, because I actually talk with them and see them. I'm talking about other people. Sometimes concerns should not go up at the chain of command. Sometimes the command should come and talk to us. That is how you're going to keep us here. We can help. Come to our PLC meetings, but don't come with an agenda. Come ready to find out what we need. This is what Ms. Molinar and Ms. Arispe did last year. I appreciate them so much. They came and spoke to our PLC. Well, we did it virtually. I really see them as a great example. With our district, with Dirk and DAC, I've been a member of both, there is a preset agenda, and while we have a chance to have questions, our time is limited. Most of the concerns I have seen are not on that agenda provided by the district. It is good information, but we need a real avenue to share. For instance, I might have a solution to getting in some more substitutes if someone wants to contact me, but what is the real line of communication for that?
Time, thank you.
Carlos Tercios will be followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
All right. Good evening. My name is Carlos Tercios, and I'm a former Fort Worth ISD student and the Vice President for the Turning Point USA chapter here at UTA. Today, I just want to show support for the In God We Trust signs that are being presented at the school board meeting today that Deborah did just recently. In God We Trust has been a phrase used throughout American history, from the poem of 1814 that would inspire the American anthem to the coins during the Civil War in the 1860s. In God We Trust would ultimately become the national motto in 1956. With so much happening in our schools and in this world, from teachers and students leaving, political fights, failing schools, and unfortunately tragic events nationwide, I think we need someone in who to trust during these difficult times, and especially students and teachers. Our students deserve the best from us, and I hope that these signs can give positivity and comfort during these difficult and tumultuous times. And, you know, putting students first, putting teachers first, and just having some positivity during these difficult times. Thank you.
Scott Blanco Davis will be followed by Miriam Lambert.
First off, I'd like to say thank you for some of the changes I'm seeing, at least monetarily, trying to keep some of us here. But I got to tell you, money isn't everything. It's frustrating sometimes. In this last 2 weeks, well, in my career, I set my students up for success as much as I can. But in the last 2 years, I felt like my district has set me up for failure almost as much as it could. This year, someone thought it'd be a good idea to give us Mac computers after 25 years of PC about 3 days before school started. I couldn't have got that done. I couldn't have been proficient. But I was absent for that. And now I'm having trouble even getting a computer. I'll talk to you in that about in a minute. You want to keep your teachers? I have first-year teachers that y'all just hired that are already frustrated. They were supposed to meet with their principals, and they spent 2 hours in line trying to get a MacBook and a Mac that won't hook up to the Promethean at our school. And they were on the phone saying, "I'm sorry, I'm still standing here." Now, because of a family health issue, I missed my day. And my librarian brought me the computer. She said, "The technology department left it here." She scanned it, says, "I can't check it out to you. It's not in my account." That was on a Thursday. On a Friday, couldn't check it out to me, but I could look at it. Then I find out the next week that the librarian is going to have to take it back downtown to University Plaza. I'm going to have to set up an appointment on my own time, and nobody's offering me mileage or a time card to go pick up the two the two Macs that were at my school and bring them back to my school so I can see them sit on a table because I can't hook them up to the Promethean board. Unfortunately, I've been in Fort Worth long enough. I didn't give up my old computer, and a bunch of us didn't, so I can still run my class. If not, first day of school, I would have been back to a whiteboard. I'm sorry, but we're required to give 110% and we're held for this, then I need the support of my district. I don't need to be set up for failure. It's rough. I'm getting an 80% pass rate, but I'm having to fight the kids, the district, the parents, sometimes my own administration. I can tell you as a teacher, sometimes I'm going to need somebody on our side. We are going above and beyond at the school level to find every solution we can. I need help from downtown. You can give me all the pay you want. Thank you for the $2,000. That's going to cover my gas this year because gas went up almost that much for me every month. But I need some support. I can't fight this every year at the beginning of the year. Thank you.
Ms. Lambert will be followed by Estella Williams.
Gosh, I've changed my speech so many times tonight, I can't even imagine. I'll just go right now with what he said. I was a nurse for 18 years in the school district. I cannot tell you how much money in those 18 years were spent on changing the computer software. We get used to one program, and it took about 3 years to get efficient, and then they'd introduce another one. By the last program we had, for the first 2 years, there was no way the nurses could be compliant if we'd been audited because it just wasn't working right. So this is one area that definitely needs improved on financially. My sister was a substitute. She never could get a computer either. And a math substitute, by the way. And I noticed y'all have a new math curriculum. I did notice that, I think $5-point-something million. You know, try flashcards. They work every single time. And I'm not being sarcastic, I'm being truthful. There's nothing wrong with memory. There's nothing wrong with all of this. In China, the third graders are doing advanced calculus, and our third graders, we don't know what they're passing in the STAR test because that wasn't on the board. No, y'all had everybody booked together. So we don't really know if the third graders have improved statistically in being on grade level. We have no earthly idea because we weren't given those figures. And I respect y'all. I know you work hard at this, but more than anything, we just need honesty. It's killing us. It is absolutely killing everybody. Distrust ruins a society. I was very thrilled to hear Trustee Dar and Trustee Martinez talk about the people needing sustainable salaries. The hall monitor was crucial in our school. She was the rock. She was the foundation. I appreciated Trustee Rodriguez bringing up the algorithm. Anybody that's taken a statistics course knows that figures can always be manipulated with algorithms. Always. Statistics is the most fluid, manipulative course you can take. And so, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, for bringing that up. So I'm leaving on the fact that I don't know what the true figures are according to the improvement algorithm. We have non-rated schools that weren't included.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Estella Williams will be followed by Wanda McKinney. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. McKinney will be followed by Todd Daniel.
Good evening. Dr. Scribner, thank you for your service to our students. In biblical terms, 7 is the number of completion. You said that out of all of your accomplishments in the district, racial equity is what you're most proud of. That, too, is what I am most proud of you for. May God bless you abundantly as you begin the next chapter of your life. Mrs. Breed, it has been my honor and privilege to serve alongside you on the Racial Equity Committee. I know that you love our babies, and I know the tireless passion you've shown for ensuring that they have every opportunity to succeed in life. 40 is also the number of completion. You fought the good fight of faith. You finished this course in this life, and God is well pleased. Go rest and enjoy the fruits of your labor and spend some precious time with your mom. Dr. Scribner, Mrs. Breed, your legacies at Fort Worth ISD are intact. The racial equity work will continue because no one can stop what God has ordained to be. Thank you.
Todd Daniel, and Todd will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Hello, board. I'd like you to discuss with your attorney about what is reasonable as far as 538 pages worth of agenda and speaking time per the law. So I want you guys to talk about that and figure something out, because right now giving us a minute on this many items is crazy. We've done our due diligence. We want to talk about things, and it's important that you hear us out before you make decisions. I had 8 items that I wanted to talk about. They're out of about 40. One thing I want to talk about right now is the ones that I would like you to table for tonight would be R, S, T, U, W, Y, L, and M. I'd like you to take a deeper look at all those. There's others too, but I just can't get to everything. One item is item W, approve memorandum of understanding with the University of Chicago Network for College Success. I don't want anything to do with this. It's Bill and Melinda Gates. It's an equity program again. Don't have anything to do with it. Then we have our hometown, TCU. I looked into this. I didn't know it before today, but we're going to authorize TCU to keep sending these college advising corps, okay? And I looked into it, and it says, you know, they're going to collaborate with teachers and administrators and try to open the eyes of students and their families to the possibility of college. I don't know how much we spend or how it's all works out, but I looked, and in my pyramid, we have 2 guys that last year were at Arlington Heights, where my kids go to school. And one of them is this guy. And I wasn't stalking him. You just go to his Facebook page and you find his posts about, I'm not saying his name on purpose, okay? He posts some things, pictures of himself like that, and then posts from somebody called Gay Nerd that talks about all this pride. It talks about don't lose this month in rainbow capitalism, unabashed racism because of privilege of being white while queer. If you aren't supporting queer people of color, trans women, and queer sex workers, you aren't celebrating pride. You're celebrating rainbow capitalism and police brutality. Okay, so maybe one bad apple. I don't really like him around my kids. I'm sure he's a nice guy in person and everything. So I look, there's another guy that TCU sent to Arlington Heights. This guy, Taylor, I won't say his last name, is a recent TCU grad, trying to get his undergrad, and he has a lot to say about MLK.
Joe Palmer will be followed by Amy Super.
Madam President, members of the board, did I hear you right? You said that the state was going to take away funding if we cut the tax rate. The state was going to remove money from Fort Worth ISD if we cut the tax rate. I would caution, I would highlight for members of the board to take very seriously what is being said to scare you out of cutting the tax rate. I'm looking at an article from the Texas Tribune. The Texas Tribune says to cover their base budgets, districts first use local property tax revenue, and the state pays the balance. I don't see anything in there about the state penalizing you for cutting people's taxes. Do you think a legislator would author a bill to do that? You think they'd vote on something like that and you people wouldn't blow it sky high and let everybody know about it? The staff doesn't have respect for board members when they stonewall you and they give you scare stories to make you vote in a way that they want you to vote. The staff runs the school district, not the board. The staff runs the district. The tail wags the dog around here. And I'll highlight one more for you. On the agenda, the staff didn't even provide you with the option to adopt the no new revenue rate. Other school district staff provides that for you. You've got to exercise some strength and character here, and you've got to push back against staff and run the show. Staff runs the show. The board needs to run the show. This is from the comptroller's website. A district with a 2005 M&O rate of $1.50 has a CTR, the compressed rate of $1. To receive full state funding, districts must levy a tax rate at least equal to its CTR. For you, you're about to adopt a 98-cent M&O. That's about 50 cents. If you want to push up the M&O to $1, you can qualify. You will not be penalized by the state for adopting. Any of you who voted in favor of that tax rate just now, you can make a motion to reconsider, and you can take it back up. You have until September 30th to adopt a tax rate. It's just like every time before. Staff says, we got to do it now. We got to pass it right now. Time's up. We don't have any time to go for it. 11th hour. Dr. Scribner, you ought to be ashamed of yourself hiding behind that propped up excuse. I know you're smiling. I appreciate you think it's really funny. Good luck with all your money in the future, pushing those bonds around the state. All those lies, you can take them with you, sir. You can take them with you. The bonds increased taxes. You went around the school district telling people they didn't increase taxes, and you told people you hide behind the children. No child left behind. No child left behind. It's staff and kids. That's all that's in the $800 million budget is staff and kids, right? Let's talk about the $20 million you're going to put towards counseling. You don't need that. Make some cuts. Let's talk about the change orders. The change order, these contractors ought to know that these structures are substandard when they go in there and give you the bid for the construction project. You're going to give them all the money they ask for.
Time, thank
Everybody
you.
in this district is more broke
Amy
because of you.
Super, Carrie Raymeyer.
Good evening. I'd first like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Coburn for responding to my emails today. I greatly appreciate that. I'm speaking on item number HH. The quotes I'll be reading can be found in the district's archived meeting minutes and videos from October and November 2021 board meetings. This started when former trustee Dr. Ramos launched an actual hissy fit in response to a motion made related to whether one or two firms should be managing our 2021 bond funds. In his anger, he got off course and began to make some very serious allegations that he said applied to everyone sitting on the board at that time, which would include all of you except for our two most recently elected trustees. Here are some of those direct quotes where he is referring to how bond project contracts are awarded. Quote, "This board has a pattern of behind the scenes trying to dictate or determine who is going to get what. I know the history of who finances and funds people's campaigns, and I will gladly step in front and say I was recruited by the same group, funded by that same group, and the only times I've gotten calls was when it was related to bond contracts and legal services. I want to believe in this board, and I know that the next contract that comes up will probably be the programs management, and I'm pretty sure there'll be some questions, and there might be some shenanigans there too. I'm not going to stop. It's not going to stop, board. You're going to keep getting calls, and when it comes to architects, engineers, construction companies, you're going to keep getting those calls." End of his quotes. Tonight, you're being asked to approve a list of 18 architectural engineering funds or firms to compete for plans for work on 24 different campuses for more than $66 million. Not a single one of those 50 firms who submitted their bids were from hub firms, by the way. I'm asking you to table this vote until an outside investigation into the validity of these accusations can be conducted. We deserve to know that there are none of the pay-to-play shenanigans Dr. Ramos referred to going on for many years before you continue to approve these very lucrative contracts. Dr. Jackson has stated that the board has 3 jobs: set policy, hold the superintendent accountable, and physical responsibility. Table this item as your ability to be physically responsible has been placed in question by one of your own, one who held the position of board president during the time in which he says all of this pay-to-play was going on. He's not still here, but the rest of you are. If I were to be accused of such egregious behavior, I would immediately deny it. I would deny having any involvement in it. None of you have done so. You've had plenty of time to do so. You haven't done it. Trust has been lost. get your board to order before you spend all of this bond money, or step aside and allow others to take your seats. I've got 23 seconds left. I'd like to address item number BB, consent agenda items, your board committees. Let us back into the REC committee meetings. It was open all the way until a small group of parents started coming last fall. And then you closed it after we attended maybe 5 meetings. Open them back up, or we will sue you.
Carrie Raymeyer will be followed by Jennifer Crossland.
I want to talk about the lawsuit. I'm glad you finally came to your senses and settled our lawsuit against you over the illegal mask mandate you tried to install in the district last year. I want to make all parents aware that I and my co-plaintiffs finally got what we wanted and deserved in the first place: parents' choice, an opt-out. Fort Worth ISD agreed in the settlement to ensure that any mask mandate will allow parents to opt out of the mandate by a declaration similar to the process used by the state of Texas to opt out of vaccines, which explicitly allows an exemption for conscience. No notary or doctor's note will be needed. The significance of this settlement is that the terms inherently recognize that parents are the authorities for decisions concerning the care of their children rather than the school district. Although the district still denies any wrongdoing, they claim they won in the Second Court of Appeals. You really didn't, or you would have seen an immediate mask mandate again, parents. We are taking a victory lap as science becomes more obvious every day regarding masking and forced vaccination, and district trustees admit that damage has been done to the public school education during the COVID era. As a reminder, Sweden did not close its schools, did not have a mask mandate, and had 0 deaths of children in a nation of 1.8 million. Teacher cases per capita were the same as nearby Norway, which did close its schools. We've known that masking for children is useless for more than a year, but political ideology can be blinding. The price of the school closure not only damaged education, but increased mental illness, abuse, and childhood suicide. We will never fully recover from this mismanagement. The best we can do is to ensure it does not happen again and restrain tiny tyrants who have enjoyed exploiting emergency powers to expand their powers without restraint. If only you had offered an opt-out in the first place, you wouldn't have been sued. Taxpayers should be aware that the district reportedly spent over $500,000 fighting us on this essential parent right, and they ended up having to pay our attorney's fees also. I can only tell you any of this because we vehemently refused to sign a gag order, which the district pushed hard for. Taxpayers should also know the district is still in a very expensive year-long lawsuit against the governor that's pending in the Supreme Court because they disagree with his order banning mask mandates. In general, I agree that local control should trump the state, but not when local decisions violate civil rights. Thank you.
Jennifer Crossland. Ms. Crossland, you're our final speaker this evening.
Good evening. My name is Jenny, mother of 2 toddlers in Fort Worth ISD. And tonight I wanted to address my comments from last month's meeting. I came here, I was mad, and I quoted a Supreme Court justice who had a quote about public figures and the ability to criticize with robust debate public figures, elected officials, school board. You qualify for that. And I said that because of the Racial Equity Committee. I want it dismantled. And so after that, what do you think happened? What's happened every other time a parent's come up and said, get rid of racial equity? The angry housewives are what happened. The Heart Work Group is what happened. Okay, so the Heart Work Group thinks that they can attack people at their work because they disagree with a Supreme Court justice. And in case you were wondering, the case from 1964 that I quoted
It was a landmark decision on libel and slander against Jim Crow South. It was for Martin Luther King Jr. and all the black students that were peacefully protesting for civil rights in 1964. So you have angry housewives coming after me, saying I'm a white supremacist. I have all my printouts here. I got my receipts. Going after my work, when I don't even work there anymore, for something that I was standing up for, which was civil rights for all. That was my quote. Racial equity does not promote civil rights for all. It promotes rights for whoever you like. And here's how I know. Because this is my favorite Supreme Court justice right here. And this man has endured more racism against him than any other Supreme Court justice. And it's because he's not in the club. And equity is a club. And I don't want to be a part of it. And Trustee Dar, you are a part of it. You're part of the Heart Work group. And I also have receipts from when you're telling parents, be louder than those working against racial equity, productively louder, much louder. Where does that lead? It leads to angry housewives and bad public relations professors attacking people where they don't work and bothering people. And also, what they said to where I don't work is slander, because they misquoted me saying that I threatened you. And I challenged you to robust debate, which you refuse to participate in. It's my right. You work for me. I don't work for you.
Time.
You spend
Thank
my
you.
money. I'm not
Thank
spending
you
your
for
money.
sharing your thoughts this evening. Thanks to each of you. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on this agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. With regard to the consent agenda items, this is a time that we will discuss them. Do we have any questions, concerns, or statements?
About the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Dar?
Due to my employment with ESC Region 11 and any potential conflict of interest that might be created by that employment, I recuse myself from any discussion or consideration of agenda items B12 and E.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez.
Dr. Coburn, I wanted you to clarify the issues on B1.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Yeah, basically, we are doing a cleanup from the 21-22 fiscal year. You guys, back in June, approved the contract with this vendor for the 22-23 year. While on buy board, we exceeded the spending limit from the board due to an oversight on our part back in August of 2021 without your consent. We're coming here to clean that up. The amount that we brought you is representative of the sum total of the spending. We also showed you the invoices that have not yet been paid, because we're not going to pay those invoices without coming to you, because we should have come to you back when a contract should have been ratified in August of 2021. That's why we're bringing it to you now. So the reason for the discrepancy in the amounts is we wanted to be transparent about that total spend versus just the three outstanding bills.
Thank you.
Trustee Ryan.
Trying to make sure I've got the right one here, so it'll take just a moment. This is for approval or renewal of online reference databases and streaming media.
Which item is that?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Number 14.
B14?
Right. B14.
Yes, sir.
Just a question. I know that the texts or TEKs are being changed and redone. Is this going to align with the new ones, or is it continuation of what we got until we get the new ones, or and maybe when are the new ones coming out? Do we even know that?
Well, it varies per subject.
Okay.
And so different TEKs are adopted at different times depending on content area. And so this helps keep our library media systems up to date so that all of our library media systems and our campuses have access to the most up-to-date information, and that our teachers then have the most up-to-date information at their fingertips across the district.
Okay, is the, I guess the social studies TEKs, is that the one that the state board's working on now?
Yes, social studies is being worked on now. We have some social studies people actually working on it with the state. So yes, and we also want to make sure that we are working on it in alignment with SB3.
Okay, does this have a way to update once they change whatever they're going to change in the
Yes,
TEKs?
absolutely. We always make sure that we are in full alignment with the TEKs.
Okay, because I don't want to, I mean, if this will update, that's fine. If it
Yes,
doesn't.
we always want to make sure, I mean, the TEKs are our guiding principle, and so we make sure that our curriculum is in alignment with the TEKs, as well as all the documents that we give our teachers access to in the district.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Dr. Coburn, I have a quick question following Dr. Rodriguez. First, thank you. Thank you for the cleanup, and thank you for your honesty. Is the process repaired so this won't happen again?
Yes, I do believe the process is repaired. In fact, my intent is to bring you guys next month an item that would be more reflective of all of the vendors that we use that spend more than $50,000 annually, which you can imagine in Fort Worth ISD is just about every vendor that we have contact with. And so we're working on putting a way forward to that so that you can be completely understanding of whether in a single event of over $50,000 or a series of smaller transactions, if it exceeds $50,000, we want the board to be able to see it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
The time is 8:10 p.m. Date is Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 PM with quorum present, recessed, and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and we have now reconvened open session at 10:30 PM with a quorum present. We'll move on to number 13 on our agenda, accept consent agenda items. Do I have a motion for consent agenda? Trustee Evans moves, second by Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to voting. And the motion passes unanimously with the absence of Trustee Luebanos at this time. 14, action items A, we don't have anything removed from consent agenda items. 15A, we do not have discussion action to approve proposed termination of certain term contract employees. Do we have 15B, council? 15B, discussion and action to approve corrective action plan agreement in reference to TEA audit IR 2021-07-001. I'll move on that. Can I have a second? Second from Trustee Evans. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. At this time, we will take action items C through Y as one item. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, do I have a second? Trustee Martinez? Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And action items C through Y pass unanimously. Moving to action item Z, discussion and action to approve endorsement of candidates for Texas Association of School Boards, Board of Directors, Region 11, position A and D. Trustee Dar, do you have a motion?
I do. I move that the Fort Worth ISD School Board endorse candidates for Texas Association of School Board, TASB Board of Directors, Region 11, for position A, Dr. Patsy Sosa Sanchez, and for position D, Mac Belmontes.
Do I have a second? Trustee Luebanos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to double A, discussion and action to approve selection of a delegate and an alternate to the 2022 Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly meeting on September 24th, 2022. Our first vice president, Trustee Phillips, will be the delegate, and the alternate will be Trustee Bridges. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Evans? Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I see two men that will be at a meeting. And the motion passes unanimously. At this time, we will pull item B, discuss and take action on the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education committees for the 2022-2023 school year. We will move to CC, discussion and action to approve board appointments to the District Advisory Committee. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans?
Speak up. There we go. Thank you. I move that we nominate for the DAC as discussed and recommended, the individuals.
Do I have a second? Trustee Martinez? Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the DAC passes unanimously. We'll move to page 27 of the agenda, and we'll take DD through GG as one motion. It's one item, excuse me. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, I'll take the second. Any discussion? Trustee Martinez?
I have a question
Yes, ma'am.
on EE and GG. I was looking for the reason for the additional spending and for the change order on EE and GG.
And just one moment, Dr. Coburn will be up at the table.
Okay, you said EE and GG, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So EE was a designed additional spend. Sorry, I'm scrolling here as fast as I can. That's a designed additional spend. Basically, as we had money available, we were able to put it into completing FF&E campus-wide. What we really want to do with FF&E when we can is make sure that it's all new stuff in new spaces. And as we were able to save money in other parts of the contract, we had the money available to be able to accomplish that goal. It's very similar with GG and the windows of Pascal. When the original GMP came, it basically came in a little over what was in the scope of the project. We had to make some cuts. One of the things that was cut originally were those windows. When we were able to find some cost savings, we were able to put those windows back in, and that's where.
Okay, and I think you answered my next question. So the budget doesn't change then, the original project budget, because you saved money in another area, you're using.
No, that's actually not accurate. So the project budget does change. So we had an original project budget, like I'll do them one at a time here. Actually, I'll do GG. Do you mind if I work backwards? Because I think GG is the easier one to explain. So we had a project budget, 44 million plus, and then a construction budget of 30 million plus. We altered the scope of that project to not include the windows. When you achieve cost savings within the bond program at the macro level, it could be through the interest earnings, it could be through finding savings in administrative costs. We can then take that money and put it back into projects to complete things that weren't finished. Now, to be clear, that's not the same as betterment funds on a campus. This is not scraping $800,000 from other campuses and putting it toward windows at Pascal. This is achieving savings through other administrative measures, taking that savings. You, earlier tonight, had a $5.1 million basically settle up. It's that.
Great.
In both of those instances.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other discussion? Let's please move to voting. Dr. Ryan? And the motion passes unanimously. We will pull double H, discussion and action to approve ratification of the contracts for architectural and engineering professional services for the 2021 capital improvement program and projects funded as a result of the 2021 bond election. Moving to double I, discussion and action to approve closeout contract with Reader General Contractors Incorporated for job number 015-202 and authorize final payment in conjunction with the 2017 capital improvement program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, Trustee Phillips on the second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Double J, discussion and action to approve change order number 1 and budget amendment for the job number 083-131, Young Men's Leadership Academy addition and renovation, RFQ number 20-003, in conjunction with the 2017 capital improvement program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans? I'm sorry. trustee Evans and trustee Phillips on the second. Any discussion? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving to double K, discussion and action to appoint an interim superintendent. Trustee Dar, do you have a motion?
I do. I move to appoint Karen Molinar as interim superintendent, beginning on September 1 and serving in that role until the new superintendent begins in Fort Worth ISD.
Do I have a second? Trustee Luebanos? Any discussion? I'll say thank you to Ms. Molinar. I can see you now. Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. And we pulled LL, so we are to number 16, comments by board members. Any comments? Trustee Dar?
Yes, thank you, President Jackson. I would like to recognize Ms. Sherry Breed for her 40 years. I don't like doing this with my back to you. Watch me do this. I want to recognize your 40 years of service in Fort Worth ISD because that is remarkable. You have served children, you have served families, you have served staff, you have served your greater community with grace and dignity and intelligence and wisdom, and your presence here in Fort Worth ISD will be missed. So thank you for all that you have brought to Fort Worth ISD, but also to the many, many thousands of lives that you have touched, many of which are sitting in this room right now. So thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
Yeah, and it's really just to piggyback off of what Andor said. Sherry Breed, you are a legend. You are a legend, and you have transformed so many people. And I can't tell you the countless conversations I have when your name comes up and the joy and the light that shines in people's eyes when they hear the name Sherry Breed and the stories they have for the way that you did something for them. But not even talking about just how vicariously I'm able to have joy from those individuals. I'm telling you the impact that you've had on my life. You've been a mentor, a friend, a confidant. You've kept me in check. You've helped me along the way in so many ways, even before I ever had any thoughts of being a board trustee. And what you've meant to me, my sons, and how much they love you. Kudos to you, and you're awesome. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Indeed.
Ms. Breed, I want to thank you. You've been here since the first day I was here, and you were here a lot longer than when I arrived. But what I will say is, no matter what the situation is, you're always calm. And that's a great quality, but you're also always kind. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody that is kinder than you, and I can't think of anybody I'd rather share my birthday with. We have the same birthday. So on that, any other comments?
And always dress well, too. Can't never catch you slipping.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's that. I don't know how I got the same birthday as her.
I have another comment.
Trustee Dar?
Kudos to the teachers, the staff, the students, the families for a really great start to the school year. And I have a happy kid at home. I've seen and talked to lots of happy parents and happy children and teachers, and it is good to be back together and learning and growing. And so thank you to everyone who made that possible, because it takes the entire village to make it happen. So, and Dr. Scribner, do you have one more meeting? Do you have one more meeting?
I do.
Okay, that's all.
Well, we have 2 surprises for you. So I'll just say it's been an honor and a privilege to work with you, and I'm happy we have an extra meeting. We have a gift for you tonight, a picture of all of us together. And Trustee Trustee Phillips will present it.
I'm going to present you with your picture. But as we do that, I will, since you have one more meeting, I'll hold some of the comments, but I do want you to know how appreciated you truly are, and how difficult the position you've been in, the job you've done, but just understand it does not go unnoticed, and we are very grateful. I definitely will say I statement, I'm very grateful for many of the things that you've done, professionally and personally for me. So with that being the case, and I think we're going to sign this too, right? Oh, we already signed it. Okay, all right. So you get this one. You get all of our ugly mugs together. We love you, man. All right.
And we want to see a picture where that's on the wall so you remember us every day. Any comments?
No, just thank you all very much. As I said to several media outlets and folks here, both internally and externally, the last 7 years have been the high point of my career, both personally and professionally. 7 years ago, I came to Fort Worth. My daughter was a student at Trimble Tech. We continued on and pushed through some very difficult times. The board at that time was very different than the board today. When there was one transition where we lost 96 years of board service from one board to the next, and I think the rejuvenation and the new energy and the forward thinking of this board has really put this district in a great spot. The upward trajectory academically, the 14 points and 3-letter grades. I understand the board's been working very, very hard to select the next leader, who I will be 100% supportive of moving forward and provide whatever support he or she asks for. And I'm confident that the best days for Fort Worth ISD lie ahead. And I want to thank each and every one of you individually and collectively for being a great board representing great students. And we love Fort Worth, and I certainly want to be as supportive to the next person as possible.
And on that, we will stand adjourned.